Like to welcome our exhibitors for our Junior Angus show. We have in the ring now class number 1. This is, again, our 2026 National Western Stock Show's Junior Angus show. We have 2 entries that make up class number 1. 1123 comes from Callie Flood of Oakdale, California. And we have entry 1124 coming from Emmeline Adele Voss of Brunning, Nebraska. Those are your 2 entries that make up class number 1 within your Junior Angus show. We'd now like to welcome our Shorthorn exhibitors. Moving about in the ring will be class number 1. These are early spring bull calves. This is actually going to be all of our classes of our bulls because there was single entries in each of the classes and each class was its own division. So all these entries in this class right now are your division winners, which will be competing for your Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn bulls. So from your first class and your first division of Spring Bull Calf Champion, that is going to be 5472 from Cargo Stock Farm of Catherine, North Dakota. From Class 4 and your Junior Bull Calf Champion, that is going to be 5473 from Jennifer Ruby of Howells, Nebraska. Coming from Class number 7 and your Junior Champion Bull, that is entry 5474 from Curtis Genetics of Madrid, Nebraska. So once again, these are your division winners in your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show for your judge to select your Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champions.
Well, we get off to a really good start here. This is honestly a great day to have an Angus show, and what an amazing facility, and I'm honored to be out here to sort this out here today. And we start off with a nice pair of June heifers, and right out of the gate, you've got 2 good ones that are insanely different in terms of what they bring to the table. I'm going to keep them the way they came in. The young lady's heifer to my right is going to win this class, and she does so in terms of structure. I think when you get them out in here, I think she's just enough more comfortable. She's a little more right in the way that she sets that hind leg to the surface, a little more agile. Get her stopped and put together like that, I think she gives you a really nice silhouette. Now, she's not near as powerful, truly, as this heifer in second. If we could put that heifer's true, genuine width and body shape on this one, I think that's where we'd want to be. And so those are the differences that I see. This young lady right here, this heifer maybe didn't act right coming in. Got a good look, got some power to her. I just wish that hind leg would go just a little differently because there's times when she's out here, she just won't settle into her spine quite as nicely as our winner. But 2 very different heifers. I like both of them. I think they're a very good way to start off this show.
The results over in your Junior Angus show. Second place from class number 1 is 1124 from Emmeline Adele Voss of Brunning, Nebraska. Your class winner was 1123 from Callie Flood of Oakdale, California. Now moving in the ring is going to be class number 2 within your Junior Angus show. We have entries 1128 coming from Louisa Peyton Scott of Gordon, Nebraska, and Harper Scott, also of Gordon, Nebraska. 1129 comes from Timber Billman of Blackfoot, Idaho. 1130 from Jack Gillette of Roy, Montana. 1133 from Ellie Atkinson of Stockton, Kansas. And 1134 from Bryson Lee Upchurch of Linville, Alabama. Those are your entries that make up class 2. Your Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus Bull comes from your Junior Champion Bull division. That is 5474, coming from Curtis Genetics of Madrid, Nebraska. The Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus Bull comes out of class number 1, your Spring Bull Calf Champion. That is 5472 from Cargo Stock Farm of Catherine, North Dakota. We will be pausing for a picture break real quick with our Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. And once that is concluded, about 10-15 minutes, we'll get started with our Shorthorn Plus females, starting up with our late spring heifer calves of class number 1.
We'll get into this next class of May heifers, and again, a lot of quality, a little bigger set here in terms of just numbers, and I think there's 2 of them that kind of surface pretty quickly for me, and I think both of these cattle excel this class in terms of just their structural quality and just the way that they're made. They're a little different in what they bring to the table, but I do kind of keep coming back to this heifer right here, just in terms of her freshness and her ladylike character. I probably like her more youthful appearance a little bit more than the heifer that's in second. She's so smooth in the way she blends neck, shoulder, forerib, really attractive in terms of how she's put together. And she's not just a pretty one. I think you get behind her and really study her body shape and you look at what she brings from a cow sense. There's plenty there. I think a pretty bright future for that heifer. That's a nice one to win. Young man's got himself a nice cow prospect here. In terms of just foot size, bone work, and ruggedness, I like this heifer quite a bit. She's massive in her center body, and for one that has that kind of volume, pretty impressed with the way she handles herself, and that's why she gets up towards the top of this class. She's a little rounder built, and she's maybe not quite as elegant as the heifer that's right in front of her, but a good cow prospect, and I see a lot of utility in. This heifer that comes in third is probably one that kind of floats anywhere of the remaining trio. I understand that maybe she gives up some in terms of just mass and volume, but I see a really nice made, nice patterned heifer that's really correctly structured. I like the way she moves better than the 3 that remain in class. She needs powered up. She needs more dimension if we're going to move her up in this class. We got a pair of heifers here that are a little more moderate in their kind. I like this one's body shape. We need to change her hind leg and square her up because there's times where she gets out, she'll kind of come apart in her loin and maybe gets disconnected right there in her top line. We'd round our class out with one that's got all kinds of dimension and power, little upright in her shoulder, a little shorter in her cannon bone. I'd just like to give this heifer a little more future in terms of her growth pattern, but a really good set of May heifers in here. Congratulations again.
Results coming in for class number 2 of your Junior Angus show. 5th place, 1134, from Bryson Lee Upchurch of Linville, Alabama. 4th place was 1129 from Timber Billman of Blackfoot, Idaho. 3rd place was 1130 from Jack Gillette of Roy, Montana. 2nd place was 1133 from Ellie Atkinson of Stockton, Kansas. And your class winner was 1128 from Lisa Peyton Scott and Harper Scott of Gordon, Nebraska. At this time, within your Junior Angus show, we will now bring back our class winners from classes 1 and 2, and our judge will now select your champion and reserve champion summer heifer calves.
Well, I know we have a lot of cattle yet to sort through, but what a way to really start off this Angus show. And I know that these young heifer calves, I've got young kids myself, and we show some of these younger heifers, and the first time to town, maybe don't act perfect, but boy, this is a really, really good lineup out here. And I know that there were some differences in that first class. The heifer that won, I still think won in terms of a structural sense. And you get her right out here, you look at the way she's parked, and you read her angles off both ends. I think this heifer is made incredibly well. All kinds of future in her because she's got a ladylike look. Everything's correct. She's got enough softness to her. I'll be the first to admit, I think with time, as she starts to blow apart and as she starts to really open up and get heavy and calf down the road, this heifer's maybe better days are ahead of her because she's not the epitome of just the widest, the roundest bodied, but I think she has enough in terms of just an Angus breeding heifer, and I like the way she's made. I got to commend these cattle that are built right because I'm kind of a stickler on that. And then we got into a pair of heifers in our May class. Ones that I thought had some cow utility, and of the pair, there was one that was quite a bit neater to look at, quite a bit more youthful and a little more feminine and attractive in the way she's put together. I think she puts a lot of nice things together for this stage of maturity with her rib shape, her body cavity, putting it all together with a really smooth look. And so that's not to take away from any of these seconds on the other side. I think this is a nice lineup. At ringside, if you would, give them a nice round of applause. We'll select your champion reserve out of this division.
Your champion summer heifer calf comes out of Class 2. That is from Lisa Payton and Harper C. Scott of Gordon, Nebraska. Your reserve champion summer heifer calf comes out of class number 1. That is 1123, coming from Cali Flood of Oakdale, California. We welcome back our exhibitors over in our Shorthorn Plus female show. We now have in the ring our late spring heifer calves, class number 1. We have entries 5479 coming from Samuel Parker of Ardmore, Oklahoma. 5480 comes from Laurel Moore of Sutton, Nebraska. And 5481 comes from Adeline Vaughn of Maxwell, Iowa. Those are your entries that make up class number 1. Class number 1 is the only class in the division, so first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion spring heifers. Over in your Western Junior Angus show ring, we have now class number 3. Class 3 consists of entries 1139 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. 1140 comes from Hayden Hoffman of Thetford, Nebraska. 1141 from Lane Toledo. 1144 from Chloe Billman. 1146 comes from McKinley Reese Stoller. 1148 comes from Avery Elizabeth Kimball. 1149 comes from Gracie Hodges. 1150 from Louisa Ann Harper Scott. 1152 from Madison Fisher. 1153 from Chesney Steenhook. And 1158 comes from Kimberly Gray. Those are your entries that make up class number 3. Results for class number 1 of your late spring heifer calves in your Shorthorn Plus female show. Third place, 5481 from Adeline Vaughn. Second place and your reserve champion late spring heifer calf was 5480 from Laurel Moore. And your class winner and your champion late spring heifer calf was 5479 from Samuel Parker. Now making their way into the ring will be class number 4 in the program. These will be early spring heifer calves. This class has entries that include 5482 from Kinsley White of Springfield, Nebraska. 5484 comes from Brixton Dankliff of Unadilla, Nebraska. 5485 from Aaliyah Beach of Palmyra, Nebraska. 5486 comes from Tavin Locke of Sterling, Colorado. 5487 from Addison Berner. And rounding out our class would be 5488 from Bianca Wood of McCook, Nebraska. Those are your entries that will make up class number 4.
Well, we got into one of our biggest classes so far today, and I tell you, from my perspective, there's a lot of good ones in here. And I know that when you're showing calves at an early show like this, you might get a little discouraged when you get fourth, fifth down the line, but I think there's a lot of future on that side of the fence, and it comes down to some personal preferences. And honestly, I thought all three, even four of these heifers in the top four, had maybe something you could probably hang your hat on and decide to lead off the class with. But I do kind of keep coming back to this heifer right here. I read her as just kind of the combination heifer in here. I know she's got some performance, but it's not out of bounds in terms of where she's at in her maturity. I like that about her. She's a big, rugged boned one that's got a ladylike look, so it's a nice combination. Brings together a cow-like body shape with a really attractive look. She kind of, right there when she came out, was searching for the step. I wasn't really sure about the surface, but when you get her out in motion, you watch her lower joints, they're working fine. That's a nice effort to start off the class. The big powerhouse is here in second, and what you want to do with her, I wouldn't argue much with you, because I see a tremendous cow value in her, all kinds of performance, all kinds of body shape, just huge middled, still moves pretty good. She's not quite as neat as maybe as the heifers on either side of her. Her shoulder and the crest of her neck are maybe starting to get just a little bit more mature in terms of how they read from an April heifer sense, but I like what she represents from just cow utility standpoint, and that's why she's towards the top of the class. This heifer in third, young man gets her parked, and here's a really interesting heifer. I think she's got a really wild kind of look to her. She's dead level in her top and bottom line. You've presented her awesome. She's smooth as silk from her neck, shoulder, forerib junction all the way back to her hip. Just with you, I don't read this heifer maybe being quite as maternal as the two that are right in front of her. There's times when you get her in motion, she doesn't maybe flex that hind leg quite as nicely as those two that are right in front of her, but that one's a neat looking one, and that young man's done a great job of getting her stuck and presented to us. I worked this heifer up as the class wore on in my mind. I see a lot of value in a sensibly sized one that's good bodied, good structured, sound and flexible. She looks like a female as well, and that's why she gets towards the top of this class. When you get to comparing her back, I don't see this heifer maybe being quite as just organized in the way she's put together. She'll drop her pins just a little bit, and when she learns how to not fight the halter when she's out here, I think that one's got a great road ahead of her. Standing still, you like this one in fifth. I mean, this is a heifer that's so good in terms of the way she blends together. I need to soften this heifer both in terms of her body shape. I'd like to see this heifer set down a little differently there on her pastern, but past that, that's still a neat looking one that has a lot of good to her. The young man's heifer that comes next, you can't put much more body shape on one and keep him slick fronted. That's very, very hard to do. I'll just be honest, you got to see this heifer move a little better for me. Maybe peel back just a little condition for this stage of her development. But when you get her stopped like that and she presents herself, there's awful lot of good in that female. The heifer that comes next is one that's sound and put together really well. Maybe just doesn't open up quite as bold as some of the other ones. Forerib shapes maybe not quite as robust as some of those that are in front of her, but a darn nice heifer. We run into a couple heifers coming next that have all kinds of dimension to them. Maybe change them from a structure spot or two to work them up in this class. Got a pair of bigger heifers there on the back set of this class that still have some performance and some weight per day of age to them. We'd maybe soften them, give them a little bit of better design to move her up in this class. But again, a high quality set of April heifers.
Results coming in for class number 5 of your early spring heifer calves in your Shorthorn Plus female show. First place, 5490 from Malaya Beach. At this time, we will now bring into your Shorthorn show ring our class winners from classes 4 and 5. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion early spring heifers. In your Angus show ring, we now have in the ring class number 4. Class 4 has entries 1162 coming from Jasper Willis Clark. 1163 from Fallon and Gunnar Gore. 1165 from Caitlin Kaiser. 1167 from Jace Sumter. 1169 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow. 1170 from Cambria Cook. 1172 from Cutter Skasta. 1173 from Kelsey Ray Thies. 1174 comes from Caitlin Lee Poser. 1176 from Cal Pryor. 1177 from Reese McKenzie Anderson. And 1178 comes from Emily Wheatcroft. Those are your entries that make up class number 4. Your champion early spring heifer calf for your Shorthorn Plus show comes out of class number 4. That is 5488 from Bianca Wood. Second place and your reserve champion is going to be 5486 from Tavin Locke of Sterling, Colorado. Congratulations to our division winners. We will set up our ring now for class number 8. These will be junior heifer calves within your Shorthorn show. We'll have a single entry, 5493, coming from Emily Skippett of Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada. Results for class number 8 on your junior heifers for your Shorthorns. First place, 5493, comes from Emily Skippett of Sherwood Park, Canada. We'll now move on to class number 9 of junior heifers. These will be 54 Class number 9 will be 5494, coming from J.C. Stutzman of Milford, Nebraska, and 5496 from Kaiser Dale Will of Anita, Iowa. Results for class number 9 of your junior heifers. Second place, 5496 from Kaiser Dale Will. First place was 5494 from J.C. Stutzman. At this time, we'll now bring back our first and second place entries from classes 8 and 9. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion junior heifer calves. Your champion junior heifer calf is 54.94 from J.C. Stutzman. The reserve is going to be 54.96 coming from Kaiser Dale Will. Congratulations to our division winner. We will now move on to class number 12 within the program. Class 12 will be senior heifer calves. We'll have a single entry that will make up class 12. It'll be 54.97 coming from Axel Beeler of Loyal, Oklahoma. This is the only class in the division, so first place with class 12 will become your champion senior heifer.
Well, I apologize for taking a little extra time in this March heifer class, but the depth got really, really good in here. And I think sometimes when you've got 6, 7 8, even 9 or 10 really, really good heifers in here. You just kind of got to go back to your first impression. And this heifer right here that wins, she kind of hit me when she first came in this ring. And probably what I like most about her is I think when you really read angles and you really read foot size and quality, I think this heifer excels in this class. And she's one that just floats around the ring. I think she's as good as any of them from a structure sense. Then you take a 30-foot back step off of this heifer. Her body shape is right. She looks like a female up front. She's very fresh and very adequate in terms of where she's at maturity-wise. I think that heifer is really, really nice. I don't know if she blows you away anywhere, but I think that's just an awfully nice Angus female. This heifer that comes in second does a lot of wow things. I mean, big-haired, big-boned, awesome hind leg, really cool to look at there from the side. I personally, at this stage of where she's at developmentally, don't see her quite being just as soft as maybe some of the heifers in the top 4, but I see a bright future with this one with that kind of quality of foot. We just maybe soften her up, and as she matures, I think actually she's got nothing but a green light in front of her. This heifer here in third, I actually like quite a bit, and there's times when I toyed with what to do with her because I think her rib shape, I think her dimension, her volume, and the cow image that she gives you is as good as any of them out here. There's times when I get her and breaking her down in these top 4, I can't get her to match up down low in terms of foot size and substance. At times she'll get just a nickel short there on her pastern, maybe not quite as flexible. Do I think it's a long-term concern? No, but that's an awfully good cow prospect there in third. A real soft-centered, huge bone, rugged-made one that comes in fourth. Gets out and goes really well. When she's at the stand, she gets a little bit looser there in her spine. She'll push out just in terms of her chest. I don't read this heifer maybe being quite as fresh right there in terms of her head shape, but awfully nice one. I mean, there's lots of things to like about this fourth place heifer. If you want to move her up a spot or two, I certainly wouldn't argue much with you. Here's a sharp looking one. I like just her shape. I like her freshness. I got to give her a different hind leg. Gets a little sharp there in her hock and maybe doesn't set that rear pastern down adequately, but a good looking heifer there nonetheless. Here's a more moderate one that's got all kinds of bone and stoutness to her. I'd like to just free her up from behind and just stretch her out in terms of her maturity. I think in terms of where we are and how I want to be in terms of their growth pattern, I'd probably like to see just a little bit more with that heifer. You get that with this young lady's heifer that comes next. This is a big outline, powerful one. Again, maybe just give her a looser kind of a structure from behind. Her tailhead maybe comes out of her a little too much for me. But again, a high-quality heifer. I like the brood cow look of this heifer coming next. Her angles are right, but she just wants to shuffle on those back two. And of the first 7 or 8 that we've talked about, I think this is the plainest featured heifer up so far. A real powerful one next. Again, just got to give her a different joint work. I'd like to see this heifer set down with a little more flex and a little more cushion there to her hock and pastern. A real nice one that comes next that we just got to blow her apart. She's a little too flat in her upper rib shape and pin width. We got a pair of heifers that round out our class that have some utility and some fleshing ability. Maybe don't balance and pattern quite as nicely as those ones in front of them, but a quality set. I thought all those heifers were good from top to bottom.
Results for class number 12 of your senior heifer calves in your Shorthorn show. First place and your division winner for your senior heifer calf is going to be 54.97 from Axel Beeler. At this time, we will now bring up class 15. Class 15 will be late spring yearling females. Within this class 15, we will have 2 entries. 54.99 from Julia Lyons of New Auburn, Wisconsin, and 55.02 from Emma Arnett of Brookville, Ohio. Those are your 2 entries that will make up class 15. Also, class number 15 is the only class in its division. So, first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion intermediate females. Over in your junior Angus show ring, we now have in the ring class number 5. Class number 5 will have entries 1179 from Cambria Cook, 1180 from Kaylee Coster, 1181 from Keegan Caroline Mather, 1182 from Cambria Cook. 1183 comes from Hayden Riley Hahn, 1184 from McKinley Reese Stoller, 1188 from Chloe Billman, 1189 comes from Jack Selmeyer, 1190 from Lane Toledo, 1192 from Casey Lee Meyer, and 1193 rounds our class from Addison Davis. Those are your entries that will make up your last class in the division of junior heifer calves. The results for Class 15 on your Shorthorn show ring. Second place and your reserve intermediate champion female is 54.99 from Julia Lyons. Your class winner and your champion intermediate female is 55.02 from Emma Arnett. Now making their way into the ring is Class 18 in your programs. This is early spring yearling females. Class 18 will have 3 entries that make it up. This will be 5507, comes from Jace Parker of Ardmore, Oklahoma. 5508 comes from Bianca Wood of McCook, Nebraska. And 5509 comes from Kaiser Dale Will of Anita, Iowa. Those are your 3 entries that make up class number 18. Also, class 18 is the only class in the division, so therefore, first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion early spring females. Results for Class 18 of your early spring yearling females. Third place, 5508, comes from Bianca Wood. Second place, and that is going to be your reserve champion early spring female. That is going to be 5509 from Kaiser Dale Will. Your class winner and your champion early spring female is going to be 5507 from Jace Parker. At this time, within our Shorthorn Plus show, we will now bring back all of our division winners, and we will have our judge select your grand champion and reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus females. So once again, in your Shorthorn Plus female show ring, we now have all of our division winners returning for our judge to select your grand and reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus females. From your first division, champion 5479, Samuel Parker. Reserve being 5480 from Laurel Moore. From your second division, champion 5488 from Bianca Wood. Reserve 5486 from Taven Locke. From your third division, champion 5494 from JC Stutzman. Reserve 5496 from Kaiser Dale Will. From your fourth division, champion 5497 from Axel Beeler. From your fifth division, champion 5502 from Emma Arnett. Reserve 5409 from Julia Lyons. And from your last division, champion 5507, Jace Parker. And reserve being 5509 from Kaiser Dale Will. Those are your division winners for your judge to select your grand and reserve grand champions.
Well, again, I apologize. These springborn heifer calf classes are pretty darn tough, and they are really, really loaded with quality. And again, it just depends on what side of the fence you want to be on for a couple different traits here and there. And I'll just be honest with you. I just like this heifer. I think you did a great job of getting her stuck, but this is just kind of my kind of heifer, and I don't know how to explain it other than that. This is just a very maternally focused, soft-bodied. I think she's impeccable in terms of her structure. The way that she reads ahead of her shoulder looks like a female, but it's got some cow character. Some say she got a little bit of chest. That doesn't bother me one bit. That one's just so maternal in her rib and her structure, the way that she's made. That's a really nice heifer. And I honestly think this pair could be flipped if you want to use one that's probably a little leaner in her condition. Huge footed underneath of this heifer in terms of just bone and substance. You get her out and go, and I think she rivals that one in front of her just in a mobility sense. There's times when she's out here, I just can't get her to settle in. She gets a little weaker right there in her top line, maybe not the organization. She's not as pretty headed as the heifer that's right in front of her, and she's not quite as square as you get right in behind her and read her from her hock on down to the surface. But that's getting awful nitpicky on a pair of heifers that I think are really, really good. They're very different in their type and kind. Go ahead and bring that fourth place heifer out here, because I think third and fourth are a lot alike. They're a little more sensibly sized, which I don't mind. This is a heifer that I think just handles herself just a little bit better off those rear two. This is a good heifer in terms of just putting together basics and fundamentals. She's got a nice look up front as well. She maybe doesn't have the extra substance and the extra stretch that we saw in those two heifers that precede her, but a very, very good one there in third. The heifer that comes in fourth, I think in terms of extra bone and extra look up front, I think those are hard things to do. Awesome when she's standing still. I love this heifer silhouette, love her power, love her freshness, and I love her size relative to her age. I think it's very, very good. You get her in motion, that's probably where I pick on her just a little bit. There's times where she maybe isn't quite as flexible off that hock, comes up just a nickel short there in her step, but I really do like that heifer when she's standing still. Here's a nice brood cow prospect in 5. Mid-rib back, I think, is very, very good. She's got a nice hind leg as well. She's the plainest feature of the first 5. She gets maybe a time or two where she'll pop that tail head up just a little bit, but a really, really nice heifer there in 5th. You get a little bigger outline one that comes in 6. I love her stretch. I love her performance. She, too, could probably be changed off that rear leg and give her a little bit more security as she hits that hock on down to the surface. The young man's got a good, sound, moderate one that comes next. I got to have more cow power in this one. I know that, I say that moderate is okay, but this heifer's forerib or center body. We just got to blow her apart if I'm going to move her up. But that's a good structured, moderate, easy keeping one. A neat looking one that comes next. Need to soften her in terms of her rib and structure. We got a young heifer that comes around the corner, the young lady in the pink shirt. Just give her a different hip and hind leg, and I could see her moving up a few spots. She'll get just a nickel east and west on you up front as well. Then we get into a pair of heifers here that certainly have enough power to them. We'd like to change them in terms of their balance and their design, but a quality class from top to bottom. Thank you.
Your grand champion Shorthorn Plus female comes from your 6th division. That is your early spring champion female, 5507, from Jace Parker. We'll now roll our reserve champion from that division in for consideration for the reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus females. Your reserve grand champion comes from your 3rd division of junior heifer calves. That is your champion 5494 from J.C. Stutzman. Congratulations to our grand and reserve grand champion Shorthorn females. We will now take a momentary pause within our Shorthorn show for pictures at the backdrop. Back over in your Angus show ring, we have in the ring our class winners from classes 3, 4, and 5. Our judge is going to select your champion and reserve champion junior heifer calves for division number 1.
Well, I know we've got another set of winter-born calves yet to get through, and then all the falls and all the big ones. So I'll try to keep my comments brief. But boy, what a division it's been, and this is a challenging thing for me. But what's kind of fun from my perspective too is you guys are going to get a second set of eyes with a maybe a little differing opinion tomorrow. Because when I say it across these classes, they've been 3-4 deep, and it just depends on what you like and where you lay your priorities is where you end up kind of finalizing your decision. And what we have out here in these first 3 winners, I see quite a bit of variety, and that's okay. I do think good ones come in different shapes and sizes, and I'm totally fine with that. This heifer that wins our first class, I mean, she does a lot of really good things, and I know in class she maybe was just trying to find herself, but once you get her back out here for division and she gets herself settled in, there's certainly a lot of things that I like about this female in terms of just, I think, tying together a really soft and practical brood cow kind of look to her, having the right amount of bone and the right amount of substance and staying very correct in terms of her structure, I think is very, very good. And again, she's not just this basic brood cow. She's got a nice look up front. Her presence is very, very good. Just a really, really good heifer here that I definitely think warrants a second look out here as we get out here for our division winner. We get into this second class winner, and this was a heifer that, I'll be blunt, I kind of lost her in the shuffle in the class, and the longer I looked at it, the more this heifer grew on me. This heifer has a a very, very striking presence. So, and when this girl right there gets her head up and gets her put together, I mean, that is a slick, neat looking one that's very, very fresh. I like her performance. I think her size is good. She's still very lean and immature and youthful about her look. I like that about her. She's a heifer standing still. I'll be honest with you, she's my absolute favorite out here in terms of just the way that she patterns up, her body mass, and everything flows together really well. There's times when she's a little lazy at times, and I don't think it's a structural problem because I've been trying to figure out if her shoulder shape's right, and I do think it is. The slope of it sets in her fine. She's one that maybe just doesn't have that arrogant head carriage to her, but when you get her stopped and put together like that, I think that's a heifer that offers a tremendous amount of good. And I think, again, like the one in front of her, she warrants a pretty hard second look as well. There was a deep class in that last class, and there's a pair of heifers that I thought had a lot of good and a lot of trade-offs to them. This heifer, I think, just from a pure cow fundamental sense, is very, very good. And, you know, I know that she's maybe doesn't have the bells and whistles that some of these show cattle guys like, but I like this heifer. If you look at her at every angle, her feet are right where they're supposed to be. She's correctly structured, made the way they need to be long term. She's the right size. She's got some body depth to her as well. Again, she's a brood cow. I appreciate that about her. I'd like to bring more of that back to the show ring, and that's why she won that class. Now, she's a little bit plainer featured. I'm not saying this heifer's plain by any means, but she's not quite as whistly, not quite as attractive as the other ones, but when the other two ahead of her are just as good structured and have all the extras too, it makes this decision out here very, very challenging. And so there's a good respective set of seconds over there. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that, but it's up to me, I guess, and I'm just going to show you the ones that hit me the hardest in this division. But ringside, if you would, congratulate these young people out here, and I'll get you a champion in reserve in this division.
Your champion junior heifer calf for division number 1 comes out of class number 4. That is going to be 1167 from J.C. Sumter. Your reserve champion junior heifer calf for division 1 comes out of class number 3. That is going to be 1139 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow. Congratulations to our division winners. We'll now clear out our ring and bring up our bred and owned category. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion bred and owned junior heifer calves for division number 1. So as we mentioned, we have been bringing in our bred and owned class winners. We'll highlight those individuals right now. From class number 3, the first place for your bred and owned in that class was 1148 from Avery Elizabeth Kimball. Coming out of class number 5, the first place entry would be 1184 from McKinley Reese Stoller. And coming out of class number 4 was going to be the first place entry from 1169 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow, the second place being 1172 from Cutter Skasta. Some results to grab from our bred and owned Division 1 for the junior heifers. Your champion was 1169 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow, the reserve champion being from 1148 of Avery Kimball. We now have moved on in our show ring for our Angus to class number 6. Class number 6 will have entries 1195 from Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. 1197 also comes from Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. 1198 comes from Camden Daniel Upchurch of Linville, Alabama. 1199 comes from Julia Gillette of Roy, Montana. Entry 1200 comes from Caitlin Lee Poser. 1205 comes from Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma. 1209 comes from Aubrey Elizabeth McCurry. 1211 comes from Ellie Atkinson. 1213 comes from Braden Griffin. And 1217 comes from Timber Billman. Those are your entries that make up class number 6. We welcome our exhibitors and spectators back over in our Shorthorn show. We have now started our purebred bull show. This will be class number 1. These will be late spring bull calves. Class number 1 has entries 5511, comes from CB Shorthorns LLC of Eagle, Idaho. And 5512 comes from Brock David Studer of Creston, Iowa. Those are the 2 entries that will make up class number 1. Class 1 is the only class in the division. So first and second will become your champion and reserve champion late spring bull calves.
As we jump into this first class of February's, this class starts to make quite a bit more sense for me. So it's not to say that I didn't take as much time on them. I just had a little bit of an idea of kind of what I wanted to do. This heifer at the ring, and she was the first one in, and I kind of thought this was really the place to start. And I think there's a pair of heifers here that I like from a structure sense. These 2 are the ones that kind of set the standard from just a mobility and longevity sense. And I think of that pair, this one just today has quite a bit more to her. There's more substance, there's more mass. I think for a heifer that has that kind of volume, she's got such a nice look up front too. I think that heifer's really, really nice. I really never thought twice about not starting with this heifer. But I tell you what, and maybe I'm going out on a limb, but I like this heifer in second quite a bit. For her age, I think she's right on target in terms of her maturity. She's one of the better footed ones out here from a just sheer structure and mobility sense. She's super maternal in terms of her look, and that's why she's towards the top of this class. When she fills out and gets a little bit heavier in terms of calf, I think that one's got a bright, bright future in front of her. She's not quite 12 o'clock today, but I see a bright future for that heifer in second with the way she's made. Heifer in third's maybe actually a little more like our winner, and from her hooks forward, I think you really can tie into this heifer. Good mid-rib shape, good forerib, blends nicely into her shoulder, and from there forward, right there back, she's a nickel short hip. She's a little up and down there in her hock, and because of that, she doesn't stride out quite as nicely as those 2 heifers that are right in front of her. Get a little bit of a mix of groups here. You can bring the next 2 or 3 heifers on out here. Here's a neat looking one that I think has a nice presence to her. Young lady does a great job of getting her stuck. We need to soften this heifer. She probably doesn't hit me quite as maternal and Angus-like as those 3 that are right in front of her. The heifer that comes next, again, young lady's doing a great job with her as well. A good, moderate, sensibly sized, very fresh composition heifer. Need to give her a different hind leg and just see her flex with a little more reach. A good soft-centered one, insanely easy doing, probably to a sense from a show heifer sense. Getting a little bit chubby there in terms of her condition, a little plainer featured, but that one's an easy doing, moderate one, one that can definitely go live on a hay bale for the next stage of her life. A little bigger outline one that comes next. Again, I'd like to make this heifer a little more maternal in her feature and her body type. Heifer that comes next, I think, has that advantage, but comes in a little plainer package. I'd like to set this heifer back in her shoulder just a bit, let her set down on her pastern a little more comfortably. A good-bodied one coming next. Need to change her off both ends of her framework. Round our class out again with one that certainly has rib shape, certainly has dimension. Like to just loosen her up underneath, but a good quality class. I thought some nice ones there at the top.
Results coming in for class number 1 of your purebred bull show, Shorthorn. Second place, your reserve champion late spring bull calf is entry 5511 from CB Shorthorns LLC. Your class winner and your champion late spring bull calf was 5512 from Brock Studer. Now moving in the ring is class number 4 of early spring bull calves. We have entries 5513 from Curtis Genetics and Westman Registered Shorthorns. And 5515 comes from Blue Prairie Farm LLC. These are the only 2 entries that make up Class 4. Class 4 is the only class in the division, so first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion early spring bull calves. Some results to get to from your Angus show ring coming out of class number 6. 10th place was $11.99 from Julia Gillette. 9th place, $1,200 from Caitlin Lee Poser. 8th place was $12.13 from Braden and Brogan Griffin. 7th was $12.11 from Ellie Atkinson. 6th place was $12.09 from Aubrey, Molly, and Drew McCurry. 5th place was $12.17 from Timber Billman. 4th place was $12.05 from Helen Orr. 3rd place was $11.97 from Cambria Cook. 2nd place was $11.98 from Camden Upchurch. And your class winner was $11.95 from Cambria Cook. In the ring at this time for your Angus is now class number 7. This will be entries 1221 from Adley Block, 1222 from Hayden Hoffman, 1223 from Mercedes Ferry, 1225 from Jack Gillette, 1227 from Emma Chamberlain, 1229 from Aubrey, Molly, and Drew McCurry. 1236 comes from Casey Lee Meyer. 1237 from Sydney Gents. 1238 from Mally Coonrod. 1240 comes from Gianna Valla. And 1243 comes from Callie Hansen. Those are your entries that make up class number 7. Results for class number 4 of your early spring bull calves. 2nd place and your reserve champion early spring bull calf is 5515, coming from Blue Prairie Farm LLC. Your class winner and your champion early spring bull calf was entry 5513, coming from Curtis Genetics, Wiseman Registered Shorthorns, and Matthew Wallace. Now moving into the ring is now class number 7. These are junior bull calves. Within this class, we will have entries 5516 from Greenhorn Cattle of Waynesville, Ohio, 5521 from Indian Hills Land and Cattle of Stillwater, Oklahoma, and 5522 from Agerter Cattle Company of Seward, Nebraska. Those are your 3 entries that make up class number 7. This is the only class in its division, so first and second within this class will become your champion or reserve champion junior bull calves.
As we get into this next class on the Angus side, those of you guys ringside know that I'm not afraid to just kind of show you my honest thoughts. As good as this class is, I do believe that there are a lot of good ones all the way through, but I think this one wins pretty convincingly. I never thought twice about not starting with this heifer. I think she does a nice job of combining body shape, the right kind of size, the right kind of maturity and freshness. Gets out and handles it very, very well. I think that's an excellent place to start. I thought it was a little bit more of a crossroads after that and trying to figure out what direction a guy wanted to go for second. This heifer in second, the young lady's doing a great job getting her put together. And to me, she's the next most like our winner in terms of just her framework, in terms of size and her freshness and her immaturity. I think she brings forth a really youthful look with still some extra dimension and power to her. She's just a nickel upright, and that's what probably bugs me the most on this heifer. Out here on this surface, she's just a freckle short there in terms of her step, but she's a powerful, genuine one that's presented well. I think that young lady did a really, really nice job. The problem heifer for me is the one that comes in third. Obviously, she's got as much weight and just performance behind her as any. Soft-bodied, pretty good at the ground, too. You start to get up underneath of this heifer, and I don't see her being quite as just genuine. I think she wants to flatten right there in her body shape and just her rib cage. Her pin width isn't quite as wide. Just to be blunt, she's a little crestier and maybe a little more mature in terms of her look than the two that are right in front of her. But if you want one that's got big feet, that are flexible, lower joint works, that's really, really good, you've got a really nice project here. I still think there's a lot of breeding value in that heifer. The one that comes in fourth, I think, is a little fresher just in her composition. I like where she's at in terms of her youthfulness. She probably gets a little out-horsed in this class. I know she's moderate, but if we could drop her rib cage and soften her just a bit as time goes on, I think that heifer will continue to be competitive down the road as well, because she's good-legged, good structured, and because of her foot quality and because of her angles, that's why she ended up towards the top half of this class. A big-bodied one that comes next. I love her softness. It's that heifer we need to just change in terms of not just she's a little just disconnected, if you will. Her lower shoulder maybe comes out, her chest is poking out of her already. Maybe just freshen her up just a bit, lengthen her out in terms of her maturity as well, but a good, easy doing cow prospect nonetheless. You know, you get another bigger outline one that comes next. Here's a heifer that I think has some length and has some extension to her. Again, maybe doesn't hit me as soft and maternal as some of the ones that are in front of her. Got a pair of heifers that come next that I think have some doability to them. Probably don't just have the extra look as some of the ones in front of them. Then we've finalized the class with a trio of heifers that certainly are sensible in their size. They're right compositionally speaking. We'd like to just give them a little neater design. We'd like to balance them up a little better if we're going to move them up in this lineup. But again, a great class. Good one to win.
Moving in the ring now for your Angus show is going to be all of our class winners from classes 6 and 7. Our judge will now select your champion and reserve champion heifers for division number 2. Over in your Shorthorn purebred bull show, we should have in the ring now class 13 in the program. This is junior yearling bulls. We'll have entries 55-24 from Bar and Cattle Company of Sunset, Texas, and 55-25 comes from Addison and Bailey Ford of Thorntown, Indiana. These are the only entries that make up Class 13. Class 13 is the only class in its division, so first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion junior bulls.
Well, as we get into this next division, boy, it's been a lot of fun, and actually it makes it pretty fun from my perspective, because when you get them out here and you know that there's good ones to pick from, just kind of turns it over to you as a personal preference and just the things that you like. And I think when we talked about both of these class winners out here, what's kind of refreshing is that I thought both of them won their respective classes pretty handily, and now it's kind of a head-to-head matchup between two very, very good females that I think are very different in what they bring to the table. Heifer that wins our first class, I think just in terms of ruggedness of bone and stoutness, I think this heifer is very, very good. And like we talked in class, her ability to combine that extra substance, mass, and volume with a neat look up front and stay plenty sound enough as she goes, I think are really, really tough genetic things to put together. I've been doing this a long time, and I think those are things that are really hard to piece together. Just a really good heifer here. I think when you get into our second class winner, one that's a little different in just the way that she's made, this one just screams maternal in my opinion. This heifer's kind of got that Angus look ahead of her shoulder that I like. Just looks like a brood cow, just has such a ladylike softness to her body. I think personally the right kind of bone, because it's, I don't know if we need to get as exaggerated as we do, but it gives her that feminine kind of image, but she still has a soft kind of maternal look to her. She moves as well, so she's not as freaky as the one in front of her, but I think from just a pure maternal Angus function sense, that one's awfully good. And so I think they're both really good. I think it boils down to some personal preference. Again, I see a bright future for the heifers on the other side. Young man, that heifer in second's really good over there. I just keep on her. When they're built like that, I think there's a lot of green lights ahead of you. So with that being said, it's just my personal preference. I'll put the mic down and pick your champion. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Your champion junior Angus heifer for calf division number 2, that comes out of your class number 7. That is going to be 1223 from Mercedes Ferry. Some results to get to. Your Angus show, reserve champion for Division 2 was selected. That was $11.95 from Cambria Cook. Also for the bred and owned category, there was only one entry within those classes. So your champion for Division 2 is $12.36 from Casey Lee Meyer. So in the ring now at this time is class number 8 within your Angus show. We have entries $12.45 from Lane Toledo. $12.46 comes from McCamey Jean, and $12.47 from Reagan Wright. That makes up class number 8 in your Angus show ring. Results coming in from over here in your Shorthorn show, class 13 results. Second place in your reserve champion junior bull was 55-24 from Bar and Cattle Company. First place and your champion junior bull was 55-25 from Addison and Bailey Ford. In the rig at this time now is Class 16. These are the 2-year-old bull categories. We have a single entry in this class, 55-27 from Wise Shorthorns of Bethany, Illinois. This is the only entry in the class and the only class in the division, so therefore will become your champion senior bull.
Well, as we get into this first division of fallborns here, we get into our late Novembers and December calves. A little bit of variety out here like you'd expect when you're calving in this window, but I still keep coming back to this young lady's heifer here up front, and I think all the cattle are sound and fundamentally good at the ground, and so this heifer to me just ties together a soft maternal look with as much quality up front. I think this is the logical place to start. I thought it was maybe a little bit more of a trade-off between 2 and 3, and I just see quite a bit more just cow power in this heifer in second. A lot more bone, a lot more body mass, a lot more hip and dimension all the way through her. Probably just a nickel more doability as well. Now we change her. She's a little awkward up front in terms of the way her shoulder sets onto her skeleton. Maybe isn't quite as up-headed as the heifers on either side of her, but a really good brood cow prospect. I don't think it takes away from her longevity because her feet are right, her body's right, her hind legs right. Just a good brood cow prospect there in second. The 1 and 3's got a little sharper look to her. Definitely more like our winner in terms of presence up front. I didn't see this heifer being quite as bold right there in her forerib and just all the way through. Like to give her a shot more dimension if I'm going to move her into second. But again, good trio there to start off this fall division.
Results for class number 8 in your Angus show ring. Third place was 12:45 from Lane Toledo. Second was 12:46 from McCamey Jean. And your class winner was 12:47 from Reagan Wright. We will now work to clean up our ring, and we will work to bring up class number 9. Over in your Shorthorn show ring, we have our division winners for our purebred bull show. From your Division 1 of late spring bull calves, your champions, 55-12 from Brock Studer, the reserve 55-11 from CB Shorthorns, LLC. Your second division of early spring bull calves, champion 55-13 from Curtis Genetics, Wiseman Registered Shorthorns, and Matthew Wallace. The reserve being 55-15 from Blue Prairie Farm, LLC. From your third division, that is your junior bull calves, champions 55-16 from Greenhorn Cattle Company, and your reserve being 55-22 from Agerter Cattle Company. In your fourth division of senior bull calves, your champion 55-23 from Peakview Ranch Incorporated. From your fifth division, your champions of juniors 55-25 from Addison and Bailey Ford. The reserve being 55-24 from Bar and Cattle Company. And from your sixth and final division, your champion senior bull is 55-27 from Wise Shorthorns. Those are your entries that are your division winners, and your judge will now take the time to evaluate and select your grand and reserve grand champion Shorthorn bulls. Making their way in the ring for your Angus is going to be class number 9. This is 12:48 from Lane Toledo, 12:51 from Adeline Blankenship, and 12:52 from Cole Sumter. Those are your three entries that make up class number 9.
as we work into this earlier set of November heifers coming senior calves here, I certainly think that there's a lot of quality, but there's a pretty easy place to start again, in my opinion. One that I think, again, ties together the fundamental things that I like from a structure sense. She's good built, she's good footed, moves around the ring with all kinds of flex and ease, but of the pair of heifers that are built right, there's quite a bit more to her, and she's really, really cowy in her look, and that's what I like about her. I told that young lady that's a lot of cow there for a really nice young lady that's doing a great job with that potential brood cow prospect. You know, this pair here in second and third, I know there's some trade-offs. I think there's quite a bit more quality in the structure and the makeup of this heifer in second. I know she gives up a little dimension and volume compared to the heifers on either side of her, but she's just built enough better, has enough more look and enough more presence to her where I think she needs to be in second. This heifer in third, I think, obviously has an advantage in terms of dimension, rib shape, and volume. It's a heifer that just gets a little plainer in the way she's made. I think from a structure sense, we'd probably modify her the most off both ends of her framework, but again, a good trio of November borns, excellent set.
Your grand champion purebred bull over in your Shorthorn show ring came out of class number 2 or division 2. That was your spring bull calf champion from 5513, coming via the way of Curtis Genetics, Wiseman registered Shorthorns, and Matthew Wallace. The reserve was just crowned. That was your champion senior bull, 5527 from Wise Shorthorns. Congratulations to our division winners, as well as our Grand and Reserve champions in our Shorthorn Purebred Bull Show. We'll take a momentary picture break at the backdrop with our official livestock photographers of Legacy Livestock. And in our Angus show ring, we now have class number 10. Class number 10, we have entries 1256 coming from Evelyn Clark, 1257 from Clay Kraft, 1258 from Cambria Cook, 1259 comes from Scarlett Carney, 1261 from Helen Orr, and rounding out your class is 1269 from Reese McKenzie Anderson. Those are your entries that will make up class number 10. Some results to get to for class number 9. Third place was 1252 from Cole Sumter. Second place was 1248 from Lane Toledo, and your class winner for number 9 was 1251 from Adeline Blankenship. Also, the Angus Association would like me to remind all the Angus exhibitors there will be a social luncheon at 3 p.m. at the Legacy Building. So again, Angus exhibitors and spectators, there's a social at 3 p.m. in the Legacy Building, so do not miss that. Make sure you mark your calendar, set your alarm, and be ready for that Angus social.
We get into another really nice class of October heifers. There's a lot of give and take, and that goes for that heifer that's over there in third on that side. A lot of good quality in here, a lot of differences, and a lot of trade-offs in whatever direction you want to go on. I keep coming back to this heifer right here, and I know that she's obviously one of the bigger ones out here, but I love the way this heifer's made. And you start at the ground, big old square feet underneath of her. I like the shape of them, like the angulation of her shoulder, maybe a notch better than the heifer that's in second. She's got a great kind of length of spine and length of hip. I think, again, she has the right amount of bone because she has a rugged cow look to her, but still doesn't take away from her female quality. I don't know if, like I said, she's a freak by any means, but this is just good Angus cattle, performance-oriented, good body shape, good structured, got some all kinds of lots of just long-term things that I think are very important. This heifer here in second, I think, does some more unique things, and there's a little trade-off here and there. This heifer's really neat fronted, probably neater necked, still supplies with all kinds of dimension through her rib cage and through her hip. She moves good off her rear end. I'd like to just change this heifer up front. There's a time where you get right in front of her, wants to get those front feet out just a little wide, and I think it's because the point of her shoulder is just built a little wider than that heifer that wins. Not a big thing long term, but in a tough pair there, I think those are the things that can kind of determine first and second. Heifer in third's impeccable structured. I love the way she floats around the ring. Here's a heifer that's very smooth and very maternal in the way she's made. A little bit more fragile in terms of her construction. I don't see as much just substance all the way through in this heifer. Kind of comes at you in a little more compact kind of a package as well. Like to stretch her out, blow her apart, but that's good cattle in terms of structure, maternal quality, and femininity. Heifer that comes next, I think, is really up-headed, has a nice presence to her. She's a little awkward there in terms of how she hooks up from her shoulder into her forerib. Maybe not just seamless in terms of her top line as well, but a good-footed heifer nonetheless that I think has some utility. We got a powerful one next that gets just a little too east and west up front. I'd like to change that from a structure sense, but I like her when she's standing still. Then we round our class out with a heifer that I think has some freshness, is maybe an upgrade from a structure sense up front, but she still wants to tighten behind, probably the shallowest one relative to a moderate frame in this class. But again, a good set of heifers, really nice pair trio there at the top.
Results coming in for class number 10. Sixth place was 1259 from Scarlett Carney. Fifth place, 1257 from Clay Kraft. Fourth place, 1261, from Helen Orr. Third place was 1256 from Evelyn Clark. Second place was 1258 from Cambria Cook, and your class winner was 1269 from Reese Anderson. We'll now move in the ring, class number 11. Class 11 will have entries 1270 from Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. 1273 comes from McKinley Stoller of Palisade, Nebraska. 1277 from Kaylee Langford of Breckenridge, Texas. 1280 comes from Cooper Mernon of Pompey's Pillar, Montana. And rounding out your class is 1282 from Caitlin Poser of Denton, Montana. Those are your entries that make up Class 11. Class 11 is our last class within the division of senior heifers. We want to welcome back our Shorthorn exhibitors to the show ring. We now have moved on to our purebred female show. This is class number 1 of late spring heifer calves. This class has entries 5534 coming from Brigham DeMord of Bardwell, Texas. 5536 comes from Kylie Dostal of Howells, Nebraska. 5538 comes from Bunstall Farms of Butler, Ohio. And 5539 comes from Annalyn Beach of Palmyra, Nebraska. These are your entries that make up class number 1. Class number 1 is the only class in its division, so therefore first and second within class 1 will become your champion and reserve champion late spring heifer calves.
We'll get into another nice September heifer calf class here, and boy, this the quality just keeps coming at me, and we're going to stick another couple of them here in a really competitive senior calf division. This one has a really striking image. I mean, this one hits you pretty hard in terms of just the way that she presents herself, just her up-headed presence is very striking. This is a heifer that's got some substance. She's built right. She's got a nice kind of look to her. I think she's super fresh in terms of her composition. I probably give her that advantage as compared to that heifer that's in second. I do like the heifers, this is going to sound goofy, but I actually like the head shape and the maternal image of the heifer that's in second. If we could put her head on this one, I think we'd have a racehorse out here. But nonetheless, I still think this heifer in second is very good. She's so soft-bodied, really maternal in her look. Maybe not quite as much foot underneath of her to match her center dimension. And then when you get her in motion, she's just doesn't glide quite as neat as that heifer that beats her. But that's a really good pair of heifers nonetheless there at first and second. Heifer that comes in third is really no slouch. I think her biggest problem is that she kind of ran into a tough pair of her right ahead of her. You know, a good performance-oriented, long-bodied one that's got a cow-like look to her. I think it's just honest that she just doesn't have the extras in terms of look and presence. But fundamentally speaking, I see a good-footed, good-bodied, easy-doing kind of brood cow prospect there in third. Bigger outlined one that comes next. I like her performance. I like her stoutness of feature. I like to give her a different hind leg, and she wants to paddle just a little bit as she gets out of her shoulder, kind of comes apart and maybe just doesn't connect all the things together quite as seamlessly. Then we round our class out with a moderate one. Easy doing, but I'd like to change her structurally. Congratulations on a good pair there on top.
Results for class number 11 within your Angus show ring. 5th place was 1273 from McKinley Stoller. 4th place was 1282 from Caitlin Poser. 3rd place 1280 from Cooper Mernon. 2nd place 1277 from Kaylee Langford. And your class winner was Cambria Cook with entry 1270. At this time within our show, we will now bring up our individuals that have won their classes from 8, 9, 10, and 11. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion senior heifer calves.
Well, I know we've still got some intermediates and some junior yearlings yet to go through, but whoa, what a really awesome lineup of fall heifers here in this senior heifer calf division. This is a fun one for me because at this moment in time, my kids are young and we're still showing some fall calves, and just to get them kind of learned, and it gives you an opportunity to get out there and show them quite a few times as you go from year one to year two. So it's fun to get to sort through them and kind of see where in the heck I'm at. And to be honest with you, I got my work cut out for me if I want to play in this division. Uh, as we go through our class winners, the one that won up in the front of the lineup here, I think is just a real meat and potatoes, just good kind of female. Good structured, good bodied. She's a little younger out here and where she's at in terms of just growth and development. She's maybe at a disadvantage, but I see a bright future for this heifer when she's made like that, and very smooth blending, and does a very nice job of putting a lot of nice things together. You get into our second class winner, and one that I think has a little bit more oomph to her in terms of just bone and stoutness and substance. Here's a heifer that I think is kind of interesting in terms of the way she combines that dimension. She's so good in her body shape. She's so big in her pin set, and yet she's one that drops a beautiful hind leg. It still has a really awesome foot shape, maybe as good a foot shape as anything out there. And I know you guys might say, hey, it's a show. That stuff is still really important to me. I want my show heifers to be good real world cows first, and I think that she's going to make an awesome cow. We could maybe stretch her out just a little bit, but I think from a standpoint of just what she can generate down the road, that young lady's got herself an awfully nice heifer. We got into our third class. There's a good pair of heifers. They were totally different, and that's okay with me. I don't think they all have to be cut from the same mold as long as you know how to breed them. Good kind of cattle here. Big outline, all kinds of performance. Got a good foot and structure built into her as well. Again, she maybe isn't the freakiest looking one, maybe isn't all the bells and whistles, but I still think these cattle got to make real good real world cattle first, and I think she does that incredibly well. She gets out here and maybe looks just not quite as unique as some of the other ones, but man, I think that one's cow function is very, very good. We get into our last class. There's a pair of them in there, and this one that wins our last class is awfully striking. And you want to talk about show heifer presence. I don't know if you can really do it much better than this one. This one's got her head sky high. She blends seamlessly from her neck shoulder into her forerib and top line. She's absolutely dead level in her top line, fresh in terms of her composition as well. Just a really, really striking kind of heifer. And again, I don't think that takes away from her cow image. I love where she's at in terms of her maturity. I think these cattle, sometimes we're getting a little age on them. We're getting a little advanced there. I think she's okay in that regard. I really appreciate that about her. There was a darn good second to her over on that side as well. And so I think what it boils down to is you got 4 good ones over here. You got another set of seconds over there that are awfully nice as well. And so it's just my personal preference. I'll go show you the ones that hit me the hardest. But if you would, ringside, let's continue to support these youngsters out here. Give them a nice round of applause, and I'll select you division champion.
Results coming in from your Angus show. Your champion senior heifer calf was 1270 from Cambria Cook. Your reserve senior heifer calf was 1251 from Adeline Blankenship. And your Angus show ring at this time is going to be your class winners for your bred and owned division. So we will have our judge select your champion and reserve champion senior bred and owned heifer calves. Results coming in from your purebred female show in the Shorthorn show ring. Fourth place was 5536 coming from Kylie Dostal. Third place, 5538 from Brenstel Farms. Second place and the reserve champion for the division of late spring heifers was 5534 from Brigham DeBoer. And your class winner and champion for your late spring heifers was 5539 from Annalyn Beach. And over in your Angus show ring, your champion senior bred and owned heifer calf was 1269 from Reese Anderson. The reserve senior heifer calf comes from class number 8. That was from Lane Toledo. Congratulations to our champion and reserve champion bred and owned division. Moving about now in your show ring for your Angus is now class number 12. Class 12 will have 2 entries that make it up. It'll be 1287 from Kaden Nowatzki of Michigan City, Indiana, and 1288 from Paige Gonzalez of Pemberton, Minnesota. Those are your 2 entries that make up class number 12. Over within your Shorthorn show ring, we have class number 4. These are early spring heifer calves. This class includes entries 5542 from Julia Lyons, 5543 from Charlie Byerman, 5544 from Hannah Chevalier, 5546 from Cooper Hetrick, 5547 from Alden Vaughn, 5548 from Axel Beeler. And rounding out your class is going to be, actually those are the last entries for the class, so those are your top 6 individuals that are going to be in class number 4.
Get into this first class in the intermediate division. Nice pair of July heifers here. Still don't think that there's much debate in which one needs to win. And here's a heifer that I think in terms of fundamentals, her foot shape and her structural integrity, I think is very, very good in this class. Quite a bit more angular in her kind and just soft and maternal in her look. We'll get her back out for division, but that's a really nice place to start. You know, I get a little more power and a little more dimension in a heifer that comes in second, but I'd like to change her up front. She gets a little up right there in terms of her knee and her shoulder, a little east and west up front. Need to modify that heifer's structure, but I like her substance, like her performance and power.
Results coming in for class number 12. Second place was 1288 from Paige Gonzalez. Your class winner was 1287 from Kaden Nowatsky. We'll now move into class 13. Class 13 is moving in the Angus show ring. This is entry 1292 from Coulter Meads of Hermston, Oregon.
Well, just a single entry June heifer here, but certainly one that could have got around some. I like her maternal kind and function. A little harder to get a barometer of where you're at when she's by herself, but I think she's going to fit in really nicely in this division. Break her further when we get into that position, but really nice single entry here to represent the June class.
Results for class 13 in your Angus show ring. First place 1292 from Coulter Meads. We'll now make way for class number 14. Class 14 will have a total of 6 entries that will make it up. Class 14 entries do include 1296 from Gianna Valla of Lompoc, California. 1297 comes from Bryson Lee Upchurch of Linville, Alabama. 1299 comes from Kate Ray Loven of Lexington, Georgia. 1305 from Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. 1307 from Hayden Hahn of Rocky Ridge, Maryland, and 1308 from Roper Moore of Winter, South Dakota. This is our last class within the division of intermediate heifers.
Well, over here in the Angus side, as we get into this class of May Summerborns, a lot of good ones out here. I thought that there were two of them that kind of surfaced, and I did kind of stuck with my first impression. But I would tell you, the longer I'm out here, there's some things that you can get to liking about the one that's in second. But again, I'll come back to my first impression, and I think in a pair of heifers that have some extra dimension, some extra cow power, and some utility to them, this heifer's just quite a bit neater to look at. And you read her head of her shoulder, again, for one that has that kind of center body capacity to be that smooth and ladylike, I think is pretty hard to do. I think it translates down low. You get underneath of the hair coat, and I like her teat structure just a little better than the one that's in second as well. Maybe isn't quite as gnarly boned and as massive as the one in second, but I think all the pieces and the parts fit very well together in that heifer that wins. This heifer in second has some real generating potential. I like her foot shape, maybe the best in the class. Here's a heifer that I think is pretty agile and pretty athletic for as much size, performance, and dimension and volume she brings to the table. She's a little much because there's times that she's just a little plainer headed. I'd maybe just shorten her teat structure just a little bit. She's getting a little long underneath of there, but that's awfully critical because for one that has that kind of volume, to be able to get out and go like she does, I think is awfully hard to do. You get a really nice cow prospect here in third, little slicker hair. What you see is what you get, and I'm appreciative of that. This heifer needs to be towards the top of this class on a structural sense. Again, foot shape, joint work, framework, I think is built really nicely in this heifer. Maybe just doesn't have the extra volume and mass as those two that precede her, but a good uddered, good structured, really feminine kind of heifer there to be in third. You get a little different shape and a little different mold that comes in fourth. Here's a heifer that's, kind of got a good hair coat, presented to a T, got some pieces that you can like in terms of her hind leg set and her nick up front. She's just bordering a little bit cute for me. I'd like to give her a notch more cow power, just all the way through. Performance, dimension, growth, and everything in between. I'd just like to see more of her if I'm going to move her up in this class. We get into another bigger outline kind of heifer. It gets a little plainer in both the way she's built and the way she presents herself. Round our class out with a moderate one. Need to change this heifer off both ends of her framework from a structure sense if I'm going to move her up. But a quality class. Congratulations.
Results coming in from class number 14 within your Angus show. Sixth place was 1296 from Gianna Valla. Fifth place, 1308 from Roper Moore. Fourth place, 1305 from Madison Fisher. Third place, 1297 from Bryson Upchurch. Second place was 1299 from Kate Lovin. And your class winner was 1307 from Hayden Hahn. At this time within our Angus show, we will now bring back our class winners. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion intermediate heifers. In your Shorthorn show ring at this time is going to be class number 5. These are early spring heifer calves. We'll have entries 55-54 from Paisley White, 55-56 from Emily Schellingberg, 55-57 from Addison Ford, 55-58 from Aisley Beach, and 55-40 comes from Brock Studer. Those are your last entries that make up class number 5. Class 5 is the last class within the division. The results to get to for class number 4 from your early spring heifer calves. Sixth place was 55-48 from Axel Beeler. Fifth place was 55-42 from Julia Lyons. Third place, 55-46 from Cooper Hetrick. Third place, 55-44 from Hannah Chevalier. Second place was 55-47 from Alden Vaughn. And your class winner was 55-43 from Charlie Fryman.
Well, I know we've got some junior yearlings yet to get through, so I'll try to keep this as brief as possible, but it's kind of interesting as we get into our intermediate division, summer-born heifers out here. I always know it's obviously a kind of a different time to calve, if you will. And so you maybe don't have as many numbers, and probably more evident is that you get different shapes and sizes, whether you're using your AIs or your cleanup sired calves at this point. So it's something you can kind of keep in mind, but a really nice lineup. I think all three of these class winners represent their class extremely, extremely well. The heifer that won our July division, I think when you get her out here, you certainly like a lot of things that I've kind of talked about today in terms of just starting at the ground and keeping them right in terms of their structure, their foot shape and quality, giving them a cow-like look and still putting some quality on it after that. And I think she does that pretty well in this class. I don't know if this heifer is a freakazoid in any particular direction, but they don't have to be for this guy. I like good cattle, and I like it when they all fit together, and I think that heifer does a lot of really nice things. So we get into our second class winner. She was a single entry, so it's kind of interesting to see how she fits out here in this particular lineup, and I think she does wholeheartedly, and I think she deserves to be out here because when cattle are made like she is, in terms of her angularity, her structural quality, and the way that she gets out and handles herself, I think is very, very good. I'm a stickler on that. I think it's important. We need to keep our maternal breed as maternal as possible. She does that. Now, she's probably not quite as just out there, if you will. I think you can talk about that in this trio because all three of them kind of check the fundamental boxes. I'd like to intensify her bone work just a shot to just match her body a little bit. But again, that's getting really critical. I don't think that is any means a long-term concern in her ability to go out and be a productive brood cow. Then we get into our last class, and there was a good pair of heifers in there. Here's a good-bodied one that puts together really genetically hard pieces of just extra dimension, extra volume, real rib shape, and real cow power with a really, really neat look. Now, there's times where you get her out here, she's not quite as athletic, but again, it's not going to hurt her long term. Maybe has a nickel, a shoulder, but that kind of comes with the territory in terms of just her being a power cow out here. So those are the things that I see. I think there's a nice set of seconds on that side, but like our other divisions, it gives me the chance to use the ones that hit me the hardest. So give them a nice round of applause. I'll pick you a champion and reserve out of this division.
Results coming in for your Shorthorn show, class number 5. Fifth place was 55-58 from Aisley Beach. Fourth place was 55-57 from Addison Ford. Third place, 55-56 from Emily Schellenberg. Second place, 55-54 from Paisley White. And your class winner was 55-40 from Brock Studer. In the ring at this time now, we will bring back our class winners, and our judge will select your champion and reserve champion early spring heifer calves. So results to get to announce over here for your Angus, your champion intermediate heifer was 1287 from Caden Nowatzki. And your reserve intermediate heifer was 1307 from Hayden Hahn. Also from that division, your champion bred and owned intermediate heifer was entry 1288 from Paige Gonzalez. We will now make way for Class 15 within our Angus show. Class 15 will have entries 1310 from Gianna Valla of Lompoc, California. 1313 comes from Daniel Young of Scottsbluff, Nebraska. 1315 will come from Ashton Dillo of Villa Ridge, Illinois. 1316 will come from Addison Page Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. 1318 comes from Fallon and Gunnar Gore of Madras, Oregon. 1321 will come from Cooper Mernon of Pompey's Pillar, Montana. 1322 comes from Michaela Holloman of Longmont, Colorado. 1323 will come from Paige Gonzalez of Pemberton, Minnesota. 1325 will come from Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. Those are your entries that make up class number 15. Your champion early spring heifer calf comes from class number 5, that is 5540 from Brock Studer. The reserve champion comes out of class number 4, that is 5543 from Charlie Freeman. Congratulations to our division winner. We'll now clear out our ring and make way for class number 8. These will be junior heifer calves.
Well, these good heifers just keep coming and coming as we get into our first class of spring junior yearlings. And these top three are pretty tough, and they're really different, and that's probably what makes it challenging to try to figure out where you want to be in this particular lineup. I'll be honest with you, first, second, and third, I think you can make an awfully strong case to start with any of these particular females. To me, the one that wins kind of puts it all together, if you will. And I know that, maybe it doesn't sound overly convincing, but she's the heifer in here that combines structural quality with the right kind of cow power and dimension and volume. I think that, again, she can get her propped up and she can give you a really nice look. She's definitely more correct in the way that she moves off her hind leg than the heifer in second. There's quite a bit more real cow in her than there is in the heifer in third. And so in this particular class, in my mind, here's a heifer that kind of dubs herself a little bit of the compromise and a little bit of the combination female in my particular eyes. I think you've got a polarizing pair here in second and third. Wouldn't argue if you switched it. Here's another heifer that in terms of just mass and performance and power, I think is good. Love the fact that she's showing a little bit of udder underneath of her as well. To stand still, I think she's in the hunt. It's just when she gets out and goes, I just can't get her to move off that hind leg sound enough for me to start with her in this class. And that's probably what makes this pair really challenging for me between second and third. I'm just going to tell you, this heifer right here in third is hard for me to figure out what to do with. And where she's good, she's the best in this class. I mean, in terms of structural makeup, look up front, I mean, it's pretty unique to do that. Here's a really fresh heifer. And so you're saying, well, you've been talking about this all day, Chris. Why aren't you tying into it? To me, this heifer, it's a little tougher to credit this one. She's 1,400 pounds. She's a smaller frame, kind of geared a little bit lower in terms of performance ability, a little longer headed. I'm just not seeing this heifer down the road as being this big, robust power cow. But I like what she represents. That's an interesting breeding piece. I still like that heifer in third. I think that's a tough trio to figure out what direction you want to go. The heifer that comes in fourth, I think, actually has obviously more bone and substance and performance of the first four. I think she's obviously the plainest featured. I think she's the coarsest in the way she's made of these first four, but I still see a really nice cow in the making. The heifer that comes around the bend here, I think in terms of just maternal quality, I like her. Really feminine, really refined. She's a heifer that wants to get up just in her top just a little bit from time to time. Maybe doesn't have the extra robustness and substance that we see in the ones in front of her. Another stout one that comes next. Need to change this heifer through her shoulder. Need to loosen her up off that rear skeleton. More moderate heifer coming next that gets just a little coarse and a little short coupled for my liking. Finalize the class with another easy keeping one. A little too plain and a little too disorganized in the way she's built. But again, a really good class. Congratulations.
Results coming in for class number 8 on your junior heifers within your Shorthorn show. Fourth place was 5571 from Peakview Ranch Incorporated. Third place was 5560 from Lane Blankenship. Second place was 5568 coming from Delaney Goring. And your class winner was 5565 from Mercedes Ferry. We'll now move in the ring, class number 9. This will be junior heifers. Within this class number 9, we'll have entries 5572 from Cooper Hetrick of Fremont, Ohio. 5573 comes from Brindley Thompson of Amity, Missouri. 5574 from Reese Locke of Sterling, Colorado. 5576 from Alexa Turner of Mahomet, Illinois. 5578 from Heath Kaiser of Gothenburg, Nebraska. 5581 coming from Heath Kaiser of Gothenburg, Nebraska. And 5583 comes from Mercedes Ferry of Sullivan, Indiana. Within your Angus show ring at this time is now class number 16. We have in this class 1331 from Kelly Gaffney, 1332 from Claire Mernon, 1333 from Lane Toledo, 1334 comes from Hayden Hoffman, 1336 from Allie Sorensen, 1338 comes from Hannah and Hadley Harrison, 1340 from Xander Sunsback, 1342 from Scarlett Carney, 1343 from Adley Block, 1345 from Michael Voloshin. Those are your entries that make up class number 16. Results to get to from class 15 of your Angus show. 8th place was 1322 from Michaela Holloman. 7th place, 1310 from Gianna Vala. 6th place, 1313 from Daniel Young. 5th place, 1321 from Cooper Mernon. 4th place, 1323 from Paige Gonzalez. 3rd place was 1318 from Fallon and Gunnar Gore. 2nd place, 1316 from Addison Bartlow. And class 15 winner was 1315 from Ashton Dillow.
As we get into another big class of these March bred heifers, boy, the quality is very, very good here. And boy, there's a lot of different varieties and a lot of different directions a guy could go to. But this heifer that wins, I'll just be frank with you. I'll be really honest. She just kind of hit me pretty hard in this class, and I'm going to go ahead and lead off with her. She's my kind in terms of just her combination of her size. Her body mass is incredible. She looks like a cow up front, and it's not freaky, but it just looks like an Angus cow, and that's what I like about her. Beautiful hip and hind leg in her, and for one that has that kind of volume and cow power, I'm really impressed with the way that she goes. Awesome footed, awesome structured heifer. I think that heifer is really, really nice. I thought it was maybe a little bit more of some decisions to make from there on down. This heifer has given this young lady a little bit of a fit here, but when she does get her parked and get her put together, I like her substance. I like her cow feature. I think she mirrors our class winner in terms of that regard. Here's a heifer that's super fresh and super honest, like the udder development she's got underneath of her as well. She maybe isn't quite as agile as that heifer that wins. There's times where she comes up just a freckle short there. I don't call it bad, but I like her ladylike look. I like her feature a little better than this heifer that comes in third. And if you want to switch this pair, I'm not going to argue much with you. This heifer floats. Awesome at the ground, incredible in terms of her comfort level, and just the way that she goes is really, really good. Intensify her bone work just a bit, because if I read her at the top of her head and her neck, she's a little cresty up top to be one that's a little frailer at the ground. So it's a nitpicky thing. I just don't think it balances quite as nicely as those two that are in front of her, but a great structured, fresh one. She needs to be at the top of this class for those reasons alone. We get into a fourth place heifer that I think in terms of just her flexibility is good. A little gathered up in her udder. When you step off of this heifer and get her from a distance, I just don't see her being quite as robust right there in her forerib. Center body's not quite as dynamic as those ones that are in front of her, but a good structured, really refined female there in fourth. The one that comes in fifth, you probably can't make as much, put as much belly and center body in one. I think it's starting to kind of break her down just a little bit, because it's just hard for this heifer to organize her top line, stay strong enough in her spine, collect herself, because that tail head's popping up just a little bit. Know that she's heavy in calf. I know that that's probably kind of exacerbating that just a bit, but when she's that deep bodied and that soft, it probably is tougher for her to stay together. You get into a heifer here that I think probably collects herself a little better, a little jammed up front, a little short all the way through. I'd like to stretch this heifer out, give her a little more reach there off that hind leg, but a really, really high quality female nonetheless. You get a heifer that comes next that has some performance to her. It's a little plainer featured, plainer in her look and in her body shape, but a good, easy fleshing kind of a female. Next one coming out is huge footed and huge boned. Just soften her just a bit if I'm going to move her up. I get a loose structured one that comes next, but she's just too raw there in her forerib. I need that to connect a little bit better. We round our class out with a moderate heifer that we just like to change off a structure sense, but a quality class of March heifers. Really thought the top end was pretty deep.
Results coming in for class number 9 of your junior heifers. Sixth place was 5581 from Heath Kaiser. Fifth place 5574 from Reese Locke. Fourth place 5578 from Heath Kaiser. Third place was 5573 from Brindley Thompson. Second place 5576 from Alexa Turner. And your class winner was 5572 from Cooper Hedrick. Within our Shorthorn show, we will get our ring cleaned up. We will also be waiting for another showman that's in the ring just off to the other side. So bear with us as the Shorthorn exhibitors finish up in the Angus show ring. Over in that Angus show ring is class number 17. Within class 17, we have entries 1346 from Houston Ferry, 1347 from Keegan Mather, 1349 from Cambria Cook, 1351 from Camden Utchurch, 1352 from Lila Sims, 1354 from Houston Ferry, and 1356 comes from Kaylee Langford. Those are your entries that make up class 17. While our judge continues to evaluate those exhibitors that are in the ring, will result coming in from class 16. 10th place was 1343 from Adley Block. 9th place 1345 from Michael Voloshin. 8th place 1340 from Xander Sunsback. 7th place 1342 from Scarlett Carney. 6th 1336 from Allie Sorensen. 5th 1331 from Kelly Gaffney. 4th place 1332 Claire Mernon. 3rd place 1333 Lane Toledo. 2nd 1334 from Hayden Hoffman. And your class winner was 1338 from Hannah Harrison.
Well, these good cattle just keep coming and coming into this big heifer, big bred February class, and a lot of variety out here. I think there's a pretty convincing winner in here that kind of ties it all together in terms of just being the right size, the right kind of body shape, and having the right enough bone, and still has a nice kind of foundation from a structure sense. Pretty nice kind of presence as well. I think that's a nice place to start. Appreciate her udder quality as well. I think that's a nice little added bonus there. I thought 2, 3, and 4 got a little bit trickier, and honestly, you could probably argue jumbling these 3 around a little bit, and I wouldn't argue with you. I know this heifer in second probably doesn't have as much to her in terms of just forerib shape, center body, and skeletal width as a whole, but I think when you break them down and you start to look at these cattle and how they're made and how they're built, this is the heifer that I like in terms of her foot shape, the way she sets to the ground, like her udder quality as well. I'd like to just bust her open all the way through, but a good quality heifer that's made really, really nice. There's a neat looking one that's in third, and when she's standing still, her lines in terms of top and bottom line, I think balance very well. She's up-headed. She's very fresh in the way she's made. She's a heifer that doesn't have that robust kind of cow look to her that you see in the heifers on either side of her. Sometimes when you get her in motion, she'll maybe ditch out in her loin just ever so slightly there, but pretty nitpicky things there in terms of putting a heifer in third. Heifer in fourth is kind of an interesting one. Where she's good, she's probably as good as any heifer in this class, and it's hard to make them that robust and that bold and true in terms of body and width, still have that impressive kind of neck set and shape up high. She comes in some pieces for me. A shoulder set out of her, maybe a little extra set and not quite as coordinated in the way she uses that hind leg. I'd like to refine her teat structure just a little bit. They get a little bit long there for me, but again, long term, I don't think it's a concern because there's awesome breeding pieces in this heifer. I think there's a lot of good in her in fourth. Get into a big rugged one in fifth. Here's a big bodied, heavy bone, real nice stout structured one. Moves good. She's just not as elegant and not as maternal. Her image that she gives from the side as compared to those ones that are directly in front of her. You get another nice one that comes next, just a little plainer in the way that she's made, but I like her cow power. We'd knock her shoulder back and give her a little more reach out of that front skeleton. Round our class out with another up-headed, long-bodied one. Just need to give her more substance and volume to move her up in this class.
Results for Class 17 within the Angus show. 7th place, 1351 from Camden Upchurch. 6th place, 1352 from Lila Sims. 5th place, 1347 from Keegan Mather. 4th, 1346 from Houston Ferry. 3rd place, 1349, Cambria Cook. 2nd, 1354 from Houston Ferry. And your class winner, 1356 from Kaylee Langford. Moving about in your Angus show ring is now class number 18. Class 18 has 2 entries, 1359 from Reese McKenzie Anderson, and 1362 comes from J.C. Sumter. Over in your Shorthorn show ring, we now have our division being selected. This is our junior heifer calf division. We have coming back from classes 9 and 8 for our judge to select your champion and reserve champion junior heifers. Your champion junior heifer calf was 55.72 from Cooper Hedrick, the reserve being from 55.65 from Mercedes Ferry. Now making their way into your Shorthorn show ring is class number 12. These will be winter heifer calves. In this class 12, we'll have entries 5584 from Bailey Ford of Thorntown, Indiana, 5585 from Brigham DeBoard of Bardwell, Texas, 5586 from Cole Bruss of Walbach, Nebraska, 5587 comes from Cooper Wise of Maroa, Illinois. Those will be the entries that make up class number 12.
We get a smaller class of January heifers, and you really can't put two females in a class that are as polarizing as these two are. And so it just really depends on the perspective that you want to hang your hat on. Honestly, I think when you ask the cattle to go and you just kind of stay committed to structure, I see a pretty good advantage in this heifer that wins. And, you know, she's a soft-bodied, very maternal, just a nice, solid kind of brood cow that all the pieces and parts fit together really well. You can get a little more bells and whistles in this heifer that's in second, but I like the way that this heifer sets to the ground, like her comfort level a little better than the one that's in second. Heifer that's in second when they're in park, I think it's definitely where you want to tie into, because this heifer is tremendous in terms of her rib cage, her hip, and the dimension she has. And again, when you read her ahead of her shoulders, she's so neat and so tidy, and it's hard to put all those pieces together. When she'll stop, she'll start to splay out up front just ever so slightly. I don't see her quite as comfortable off that rear too. And so it's a structural call that I made that sorted that pair between first and second, but I think two nice females nonetheless.
Results for Class 18 in the Angus. Second place, 1362 from J.C. Sumter. Your class winner was 1359 from Reese Anderson. At this time, within your Angus show, we will work to clean up our ring, and we'll now bring back all of our class winners from classes 15, 16, 17, and 18, and our judge will select your champion junior yearling females.
or we're getting to wrap up this spring junior yearling division, and what a divine up it's been, and what quality has been brought to me up to this point. And I'm really pleased and excited to see what I've seen, and hats off to you breeders and exhibitors out here putting together, I think, a tremendous lineup of Angus cattle. The heifer that won our first class, certainly one that's really, really neat. In terms of just the way she's made, she's got an absolutely beautiful hind leg, right kind of foot shape. She's angular, she's attractive up front. She's got enough to her. I just think a really nice, complete kind of heifer to win that class. We got into a tougher class, into our second class, and this heifer hit me pretty hard in that class. And, in terms of just, making cattle that are bold-bodied and sound-structured and the right size. And, like I said before, here's a heifer that looks just like an Angus female in terms of just the quality of her head, the cow-like feature that she has, I think is very, very good. I like that heifer quite a bit in that class. There's a couple nice ones in there as well. And then we get into the next class, and there was another one that certainly kept the heat turned up in this lineup, and one that, we talked to her in class. It's hard to make him with that kind of rib and dimension and substance. She has just such a presence about her that's really, really unique. And I think as an added bonus, and I'm not shocked, but I would say for a show heifer to have that nice little start to her udder, I think is a real nice added bonus as a person that really pays attention to that kind of stuff. And then we get into our final class winner. There was just two in that class, but I certainly thought from just the fundamentals and the basic sense, boy, that was a heifer that did a lot of things really well. She doesn't have the fancy bells, whistles, all the extras that you see in some of the other ones, but when we're talking about keeping show cattle sound and keeping show cattle real-world cows first, I think she definitely deserves to be out in this lineup. So, again, like I've said in many of these other divisions, it depends on what you like, but it kind of boils down to my personal preference when the quality's this good. I'll show you the two heifers that I like, but if you would, continue your applause. Give them a nice round of applause.
Some results coming in from your Shorthorn show, Class 13, first place, and your champion senior heifer, that was 5588 from Kyson, Ghana. We'll now move on to class number 16 within our Shorthorn show. We'll have summer yearling females. We'll have a single entry in the class, 5592 from Brigham DeBoer. Over within your Angus show, we have just crowned our champion junior yearling females. Champion was 1356 from Kaylee Langford. The reserve junior yearling female was 1338 from Hannah Harrison. In the ring at this time now is going to be our class winners for our bred and owned categories.
As we wrap up this last division, I joked with this young lady. She must have scared everybody away because it's a really nice pair here. A good senior yearling that's got a real nice heifer calf here at side. And it's hard to get these ones on the road and get them and bred up right. And I think that's a really, really box that's checked and a really, really outstanding single entry here to represent this division. Congrats.
Results in your Shorthorn show, your champion senior heifer calf was just championed. That was 55.88 from Kyson, Ghana. And the reserve champion being 55.85 from Brigham DeBoard. Now we will bring up Class 16. These will be the summer yearling females of a single entry that'll make up Class 16. That'll be 55.92 from Brigham DeBoard. Within your Angus show ring, we now have all of our divisions winners returning back for our Judge to select your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Junior Angus females. From your first division of Summer Heifer Calves, 11.28 from Lisa Scott. The reserve being 11.23 from Callie Flood. From your second division of Junior Heifer Calves, that is the Division 1, champion being 11.67 from J.C. Sumter. The reserve being 11.39 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow. From your third division of Junior Heifer Calves for the Division 2 in the program, that is champion 12.23 from Mercedes Ferry. The reserve being 11.95 from Cambria Cook. From your fourth division, your champion senior heifer calf is 12.70 from Cambria Cook. The reserve being 12.51 from Adeline Blankenship. From your fifth division of intermediate heifers, your champion 12.87 from Caden Nowatsky. The reserve being 13.07 from Hayden Hahn. From your sixth division, your champion junior yearling female 13.56 from Kaylee Langford. The reserve being 13.38 from Hannah Harrison. And from your seventh and final division of senior yearling females, that's going to be 13.65 from Chloe Boitnott. Those are your division winners for your judge to now select your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Junior Angus female. Also, Angus breeders and exhibitors, you are invited to attend the Angus Social at 3 p.m. following the Foundation Female Social. The fellowship will take place on the 4th floor in the brand new Legacy Building. They hope to see you there.
What a show it's been. And the first thing that comes to mind is just wow. And it's just wow and a lot of different feelings when I'm out here. And I'm probably not one of those guys that, like, if you've seen me ever judge a show, I'm probably not one of those that can come up with a spectacular grand drive speech. I don't really think about what I'm going to say until I'm in the heat of the moment, because I do think that, when you speak from the heart, it's kind of where it's at. And so, wow, what an experience this week has been. And I know that you guys have an open show tomorrow. You got a long road ahead of you. But man, what an absolutely humbling experience. First and foremost, thank you to the American Angus Association for giving me a chance. I've been in this business for a long time, and when you think about where I was born, or where I was grown up, if you will, in this Angus breed, man, this Denver was the Super Bowl. And it is the Super Bowl of Angus steels. And so I remember being up on the hill and doing all the fun stuff. And the thing about Denver was it was challenging. You know, we come from Illinois and we go up into the altitude, and everything was hard. And that made it, when you had some success, that much sweeter. Just overcoming adversity, and I think that's a lot what this business is all about. We were here yesterday. I came in a day early because the Shorthorn Association on the other side honored my father-in-law in the pen show, and so we've got the whole family here. And so when you get a chance to do what you love with the people you love the most, it gets to be a good experience that you really never forget. And wow, what a facility. What an incredible opportunity as a 38-year-old young Angus breeder to be the first one to select an Angus champion in this facility. I'm honored. I can't tell you enough how much it means to me. I'm not saying I'm good. I'm just saying I got really lucky that you guys asked me to do this, and I do it with the utmost of integrity, and I do exactly what I want, and I do exactly. I like the cattle that are in front of me. With that being said, I know that when you switch, and I went up to the hill yesterday, and I saw what the old hill was like, and it's obviously a hats off to the National Western for really promoting education. I know that gets lost in the shuffle with what we do. We're all out here trying to win a cow show, but at the end of the day, we're all cattle breeders, and we're making a living raising cattle. And if we can keep our community and we can keep the public in check with what we're doing, I think it's off to a really good start. But thanks to the National Western for doing that and keeping that as a priority, because this is like I said, the Super Bowl, and this right here is where legends are made in the Angus ring. I think back to where I was, when I showed here. You think about all the influential females that went through that ring up there and all the boots on that dirt. This is where legends are made. And so I'm not going to talk anymore, guys. I think it's been a great experience for me. I can't thank you enough. I wish you all the best of luck moving forward, and probably more importantly, safe travels home. We look forward to seeing you down the road. But at this point, when they're this good, I'm just going to show you my two favorites. So if you would, again, ringside, give them a nice round of applause. Congratulate him. We'll get you a grand champion junior Angus female.
Your grand champion junior Angus female comes from your junior yearling female division. That is 1356 from Kaylee Langford. Your reserve grand champion junior Angus female also comes from that 6th division. That is your reserve junior yearling female, 1338 from Hannah Harrison. Congratulations to our exhibitors. Results coming in for Class 17 on your Shorthorn show. 6th place was 55.93 from Brock Ruby. 5th place, 55.94 from Kyle Rule. 4th place, 55.95 from Caber Johnson. 3rd place was 55.97 from Brigham DeBoard. 2nd place, 55.98 comes from Josie Turner. And your class winner was 55.96 from Colton Greenhorn. At this time within our Shorthorn show, we will bring back our class winners from 16 and 17. Our judge will now select your champion and reserve champion intermediate females. Over in your Angus show ring, we are now trying to crown your grand and reserve grand champion bred and owned junior Angus females. And your grand champion bred and owned Angus female comes from your 6th division. That is going to be the champion junior yearling female 1354 from Houston Ferry. Your reserve grand champion bred and owned junior Angus female also comes out of that 6th division. That is your reserve junior yearling female 1338 from Hannah Harrison. I want to make a correction for our bred and owned Angus exhibitors. Our reserve grand champion bred and owned was actually 1318 from Fallon and Gunnar Gore. As far as our Angus show is concerned, that does conclude the activities that are going to be taking place here in the ring. Our Angus breeders and exhibitors will be meeting at 3 p.m. following the Foundation Female Social. Fellowship will be taking place on the 4th floor of the new Legacy Building, so they hope to see you there. So Angus breeders and exhibitors, 3 p.m. Legacy Building.